funny.
Maybe we have to challenge somebody. A lot of people get their information from other people. They're like, look at this YouTuber who the this cringy person, or they talk shit about somebody. The most vile TikToker we've ever seen. So we challenge some of those idiots and be like, hey, your shit sucks. And just have them like, so, oh, I'm gonna have to go do my research now. Oh, that's gonna bug the shit out of me. You don't have I have a.
Have a banana?
No, I don't have one of those.
We have fresh ones.
That aren't frozen?
Yeah.
And they're not fresh frozen.
Not fresh frozen.
Cool, maybe we should have one tomorrow.
Oh, I should probably.
Do you think there was any trannies who watched that episode of South Park and was like, I wish that gluten made my dick pop off like that? That had to have been one of their fucking thoughts, right?
Oh yeah, somebody that deep in fantasy for sure.
Or even like a lesbian. Like, oh, cursed men. I wish their dicks would pop off like that. Bob pop off.
Ugh. Hey, sir, see what we dang
Peter pop off. Huh?
I said we started. I had the starting soon thing still up.
Oh, what a travesty.
It is travesty. How any of these fine people know.
How do we coax people into harassing us, though? I was on that one chick's YouTube, the one who takes baths or whatever for some reason on live.
Like, what's her silly name? Bally?
Yeah.
Something?
Taking baths, something. Oh, yeah. Somebody was like talking shit about her and she was going crazy. Or both of those people were going crazy. I think she was going less crazy because he's like, I'm going to expose you and your husband. And it's like, dude, who fucking cares? You're so fucking pitiful. There's some fucking Negro that talks about like Amber Lynn and other fat hurting people on the internet, Oh, look at this degenerate. Go ahead, motherfucker,
What the fuck?
I would love somebody to analyze my words and tell me how horrible they are. Because you won't be able to help but understand them then, I don't think there's any way to, like, skew what I'm trying to say in some weird way. Unless I rhyme, then it's about time I get canceled.
You're a funny lady.
I'm canceling my Netflix subscription. Should we read?
Yeah, probably.
We could sit here, now that we don't have any background music, should we just sit here in silence?
That's thinking ASMR.
The more I hear people, speaking of thinking, the more I hear people talking about how their inside voice works, the more I see people's confusion about what their inside voice is. I think a lot of people who aren't considered crazy at any point in their life, they feel like they should have thoughts in their head, or they utilize, I don't know which way it works, or they utilize the opportunity in their head to use that thought to just say, like, okay, so say I'm saying this in my head, right? I'm not saying this out loud. I'm just representing it out loud right now. Yeah. Oh, shit. I can hear myself speak. What should I do today? Like having weird... Like, I don't have thoughts like that anymore. maybe it's a relationship thing, but even before we started doing it, I think I stopped doing that monologue shit in my head. Even a lot of the times when I write, it's coming from that part of my head, or part of my head that exists in everyone. I wish we could have words for these things. It's that sorter voice that comes up. It's almost like I'm using that tool now to write. But when I start controlling it a little bit, if the sorter doesn't want to do anything and I just expect that I should be doing something,
Uh-huh.
then I kind of take control and it sucks.
And it sucks.
Yeah. That's usually when either I'll know what I mean later. I just want to get these things out, but it's a lot of the times I'm like, what the fuck did I mean by this? Or when I think I know where I should be going, but that voice isn't going, so I'm like, well, I'm gonna continue. It's always been and it still is a battle, not a battle, a measurement. See, the difference. I'm sure everybody would call it battle except me, but I did call it battle. But it's more like a measurement. If everybody replaced battle with measurement, like what kind of fucking, what would they even be doing? I've always had to measure those things in my head, and I don't know if other people have. I've definitely had, I've gone to the extreme with that voice in my head too. Like, I spent most of my 6th grade life. I would come home and just lay in bed and fantasize. Didn't, except, I would do it sometimes when that's what I wanted to do, and sometimes I play video games. But not much else besides that. Eating. Did I smoke cigarettes? No, not yet. I was free from that already. I was still free from that. So I'm seeing how people I don't really know fucking what that thing in my head is, or it's just a thing that I talk to myself with. There's so many these specific things, and then the way I've sorted them in my head is how I hear other people saying how they do things, but instead of having all of those kinds of relationships with their inside selves, they just have one particular one. So they say. And I think that's a problem. And then I remember the first time I heard about intrusive voices, or somebody said, I heard someone say, I have intrusive thoughts. And I'm like, holy shit, that makes so much sense to me. Because I feel like up until that point, I figured everybody had a control that I didn't, or something. And that's what made me crazy, or that's what made me different, or maybe there was a lot of problems that caused it, or something. I don't know. In any case, it's a very complicated thing that people just take lightly. Like, people go to court, people get sentenced to death because those voices inside our head, the ones that we control and the ones that we don't control, are so unknown. Not understandable, but it takes a lot of measuring, and it takes a lot of sorting out those contradictions. A part of the agathoptics is it makes sense of all that confusion. in our brains. You know?
Yeah.
It's the dimension that agathoptics measures compared to like electricity or from A to B is I still don't have words to describe it. And I think that's what you were trying to figure out when you like what is objective good,
Yeah.
I think is the question that you asked.
Uh-huh.
The objective good exists in so many dimensions that I can't explain, and I'm not gonna use the gobbledygook that everybody else does, like, oh, there's like a metaphysical fucking spiritual realm. It's none of those things. That's just all poor ways to describe what this is. And I'm wondering, a lot of those, oh, maybe there's like an eighth dimension or a fifth dimension, all of those, like, what do they call themselves? Quantum theorists or some shit?
I thought you were talking about like them crazy new age peoples.
Well, no, they're obviously Quaker Oats, but they the more accepted stuff, even, because fuck them, but the more accepted people, the more general, like, this is what controls governments and fucking politics, that's the same thing, that controls the way people think. The science is like all kooky now, everybody's like, ooh, Michio Kaku, he said something about aliens and he's a physicist, so that means something. No, the fuck
Oh.
it doesn't. I think it's just all showing people's fucking crazy. Not crazy. Shows the things that they have in place of facts, I guess. It's like, I can't say that there's not aliens because I don't know. However, there were those people in the 60s who were paid to do a mathematical equation to talk about the probability that aliens exist, and they said they exist. We watched that fucking thing where they told us how they did that math, and they were like, I don't know. You just have to guess. How are we supposed to know? And it's like, yeah, obviously. So why are you even letting this happen right now? And it just adds to all the madness. And so it's going into the place in our brain that then comes with the voices, or you go to get your voice. And it's made everybody crazy. But that could be like a dimension that those science-y people theorize about. Because what would be, when everybody describes dimension, I don't know if I've ever read like those papers or whatever. They could just be saying that theoretically, hypothetically, but it's not like a physical thing, even, I don't know if they make a claim that these are physical worlds. And every time I see people, oh, this is how you actually, they talk about how there's like, it's like a physical thing that can go in on itself, or it has to be something that you can experience in a way where your body changes or something. Like, maybe you go to the eighth dimension when you astral project, or when you're a ghost, or when you go to heaven. These are all things that people with degrees have fucking said, I'm sure, that everybody's said something crazy. Why don't you just hold on to it? Why don't we get you a baba filled with fucking water?
Please.
But maybe that's what's on the ends. Like, I am existing in two places at once right now. How crazy is that? How crazy is it that these people talk about theories of fucking dimensions when we're existing in two places at once that we could describe as a dimension, and that doesn't cross anyone's mind ever. They're too busy like, oh, but my politics tells me. So if politics tells me that I live in two places at once, that's when I'll believe it. Or so do you want to read the Bible? Do you want to see see every problem in history is a problem that we didn't know, or people didn't know their minds yet. We were exploring, or they were exploring, always we. Like the Aztecs or whatever, they were cutting their nuts, draining blood from their nuts to have like spiritual fucking epiphanies about things. It's like, yeah, you hallucinate when you alter your fucking you alter your thoughts because now there's physical things that are affecting you. If you're cold or if you're hungry, if you're high, all of these things alter your perspective because your body is dealing with an external thing. And I don't know if people see that connection between how people alter their brain states to how people can or be aware of these altered brain states. That those parts exist inside of us, not just when we're tripping on acid or something, but there's a voice in our head, just like there's a voice to our belly when we're hungry, a voice to our heart when it's beating. It's nothing like super fucking new age, oh, I'm gonna have spirits fucking talk to me while I sit on stage and fucking close my eyes and clack my teeth. Nah. Fuck you, Bashir Batard, retard. It's disgusting. Oh, you gotta lower your vibrations. Like, you're just talking shit, but you're not understanding anything and you're making everybody confused. I doubt he's even like thinking about these things and just giving them like new age words. He's not thinking about anything. But maybe, because I feel like there's something inside me that held on to the agathoptics of the world. Or there was no, that's something different, because there was like a voice in my head of like, oh, there's things bigger than you, and maybe there's look at all this brain imagination, there's maybe another dimension or something, or people could talk to me in here, what is this thing? And there were also like very rudimentary connections that were being made, very baby, it was infantile connections making, like, oh, I see like the Matrix, and that the Matrix, you gotta get out of it, and we live in a Matrix, like they can't really be described any better than that, because they're so like basic stage understanding of things, but it's still an awareness that we have now, long story short, because everybody has been experimenting with their brains and being confused about it, and information has been piling up. We retain the information, but how we sort it out is kind of like up to us. And we can't be just pinpointing it all the time, talking to ourselves literally. It has to be a background system that does it for us. I mean, if our brains are going to be thinking about things, retaining things... Did I just hear a scream? It was probably a tire screech, right?
Yeah, probably.
I got PTSD. I was like panicking because it hurt. It sounded like there was gunshots all over the place, and that's very fucking likely. And it was like 17 of them or something. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm just hunting deer like I'm playing a video game. Maybe that's how he culls his chicken coop. Yeehaw!
That's how it clears out the pantry.
Of baked beans. I think everybody's so psycho now, because there's all this space that has been revealed about their brain and what it does without our consent. You can't tell your heart to stop beating. You have to physically do something about it, right? You can't tell your butt not to poop if you've got to poop. Same goes with pee and vomit, etc. You have to accept those things. And when you villainize those things, you start to villainize other things. We've been taught to villainize our bodies because the doctor knows best. It's not that our body is good until it's bad and it's telling you that it's bad and you can read it. It's just go to the doctor and tell me if it's fucking bad or not. Give me the news, doc. Is this lump fucking cancer or a Cheeto? There's all these signals, all these master slave sending, receiving signals that have been carried because we have books, we have TV, we have people who tell stories of things that just happen in succession from the beginning days till now, as far as we can go back, that have filled our brains with, or that space, that dimension, with stuff. And now we can't hear we're hungry because now the EPA is telling us that hunger gurgles are actually your body processing the food. So don't listen. You've been tricked by your body that it's actually doing this. We've done the research. That doesn't make any fucking sense in the context of nature. Because a bear doesn't go to the doctor to see if it can get pregnant. You know? It doesn't have parenting doesn't come with a fucking textbook. I'm only human. Don't blame me. That's stupid. You know? So, if we can't do that, we can't assume that nature is against us without first wondering if the people telling us about nature is against us. I don't know, whatever context. So all these signals, all these lies, all these wrongs, all these maybe there's something better, all these there was things better, because we can read fucking Plato and see that the same exact fucking problems were going on. The same cycle happened. How many years was it after Plato died that Athens was taken by Alexander's dad? We'll just attribute it to Alexander because he's the bigger figure, right? It was Philip. When Philip took of Macedonia or Macedon? Tyrannosaurus.
I think they're the same.
Okay. So whatever Macedonia
Get off the bed.
Takes Athens in a time where they lost their most reasonable person. Where they lost fucking Plato, who tried to influence an entire huge, powerful thing that was going to collapse, because I'm sure Philip probably took, not Sparta, where, Justinian, the Justinian Empire, and not Acon, oh, damn.
You said not Athens?
Yeah, Plato, and please help me with the guy who was from another city-state or country.
Sicily?
What was the guy's name?
Dion,
thank you. Dion of Syracuse. They tried to influence an entire country to go in the direction of the most perfect and good thing. Not knowing, what would come from it. Good things have come from it, and bad things have gone from other things. They were trying to implement the agathoptics. And he may not have mentioned it so much, Plato, not yet, at least in what we've read. But they did a lot of gay shit in Greece, according to Plato. So he didn't mention what people were doing that were wrong. He was always focused on what was the best, what was right, and just arguing for it, He wasn't like, hey, you're stupid at like me. You're a stupid asshole. This is the way to do things. This is what you do wrong. This is what you do wrong. These are different time. But sorry, so many fucking things. So many things I want to talk about. Plato focused on, instead of saying gay is bad, he talked about his reasoning, how he reasoned to that the best love is between a man and a woman. You know? He used the formula to prevent the bad. And now we have the bad. Everything, because the debauchery is like everywhere. The stupidity is everywhere. Yet somehow everybody survived. Barely, though. Things didn't really survive. I mean, when Alexander went around taking everything that his father hadn't gotten already, when he had evolved his conquerings, not just to, you know, the little island areas over here around the Mediterranean, but now he's in fucking, like, Africa and shit, right?
Yeah.
And he did it so haphazardly, and nobody mattered. You know? It was just taking things over, and there had to have been still, because Plato did exist, and there was the evolution to, like, let's use speaking as a way to, you know, as a fashion statement kind of shit. And before that, it was very religious. Like, people would try to express themselves, and all of that understanding of that expression was magical to the people who heard it, I would assume, because we see it with Zarathustra. We see it in a lot of the in Plato, because he's trying to reason with the stories that were passed down to him, you know? That it started to paint a picture that stories went from, like, very matter of fact to, oh, look at all how, like, they say things so magically. There must be something magical to it. When really it was matter of fact because they couldn't develop their language as much. It takes time. However that system looks like, you know, it's hard for me to tell exactly, but you can see big chunks of time where, you know, it changes. Even from Homer to Plato, that everything would sound so useless. And then Plato tries to reason what those stories are based off of how they're interpreted by everybody else. You know, oh, Achilles cut this dude's dick off, or whatever. So the Greek people now, they interpret it as, we've gotta stand up against this person or something. This is we're learning a virtue. X virtue from X story. Y story. And then Plato tries to go back and say, why would somebody say this? Because this part is unreasonable, because while you're saying what it is, how you interpreted it is a contradiction. So he's almost like manipulating the culture, or trying to manipulate the culture.
Yeah.
That's also, I guess, what we're trying to do, because it's a thing that needs to be fucking just, it's ruining everything. It's that space of stuff that means nothing, but people give it meaning, and it ends up ruining everyone. To the point where, oh, everyone can have an opinion, right? No matter what religion you believe, it doesn't matter that Muslims fucking are, you know, beheading people in the street, raping women. It's also my religion, so you should respect it. If I was a Muslim, I would say, you guys fucking suck. I don't want any part of it. I want to be me. I don't want to be that thing and try to take that thing, because I'll never take that thing. And also, the more I look at it, the more unreasonable it seems. And the more you start, I would have started getting myself, which is what I did, except not starting as a Muslim. This stuff betrays them too, and they just ignore it. So all of this stuff is fucking bad. But it's also filling that space. And now that this space has been filled with all of the chaos and all of the lies, all of the contradictions, all of the various pieces of information that try to explain to you who you are and what life is and what you should do as a result of it. All of your likes, all of your fetishes, all of your feelings, all of that stuff mixes together and is like a gas in a solid but malleable space, like a balloon. If people don't have a choice, if they're not, it's very easy to have this thing turn against itself. And what I mean by that is it's very easy to get sick, to be depressed, to be bipolar, to be fucking schizoid, to be a drunk, to be a drug addict, to be a person who sinks themselves into one particular thing. Because if you don't give yourself this part of you to other people, you can't sustain it yourself unless you make the conscious effort to. It's like, I'm gonna take this this respirator out of you, and you're gonna have to breathe for yourself. And then for some reason the body, you control it so much that it's just I don't know how to, and you end up dying. You end up being a fucking this and that, the alcoholic.
Yeah.
There's an expression: to look in the face of God is to go crazy or something, is to fall into some pit of madness or something. And I totally get what they're saying, and I think I understand what they mean. And it's this place where we see all this space in our brain that we now have to know what it is by our own measurements, not just how we balance ourselves shakily between politics, religion, culture, money, economics, something. That's politics. I don't know. Money's got to be separate because or maybe not, because it's a thing that all of those people fight over. But now it's like business. It's a new person trying to take money. It was religion, trying to have the standard of currency, or whatever,
Uh-huh.
uh having some sort of say, like Rome. Do they have? There's got to be, I mean, governments that. Oh, religion is probably a tool too. So is culture. Is it all government? Government's a tool too. They're all tools. God damn it. So money would have to be one. Okay, sorry. Uh I think what the agathoptics is no is slowly and with intent to remove all that stuff that has been, I don't know if I've been describing it good enough. That they're bullshit, like Maybelline commercials. Fucking, oh, who's that guy? Scam guy. Fucking McDonald's. They all take up a space. You can completely live in nostalgia when this space in you is just taken over by everyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's always going to lead to a cult of death, because there's a part of you that doesn't like it. Like a stomach ache. You can keep eating the fucking poison, but your body isn't, you can't convince your body that it's a good thing. Good. Does hate feel good? Uh you can live in nostalgia, and I think that's usually what happens to people. And there's so many signs, the way people express themselves and have expressed themselves, that yesterday is better than tomorrow. Yesterday, all my trouble seemed so far away. Oh, I totally relate to that, Beetle. It's ingrained. The nostalgia shit on the internet now is fucking wild, and I'm sure there are more uh, uh, dementia people. They remember the past better than their present. They remember, they're better in the present at remembering their past than being in the present. There's a reason for that. And with the agathoptics, it reveals all of those parts of your self to a point where you have control over all of it. There could be bad voices, there could be, but because I did the work, all of that stuff goes away. There are challenges to overcome, because your body, your mind body, is suffering from the negative effects of all the shit that made us aware of all that space in the first place. Because it came first rather than us coming first. You know what I mean? Instead of you going out and touching a tree and going, oh, I'm going to call this a tree. Somebody comes around and tells you what a tree is and how you should use trees, and the tree has a personality, and you don't get to access this tree. And also, we're not calling it a tree. We're calling it a nug or something. You know? Or I guess tree should have been the analogy and you could call it a nug. Because they did that's what the world did. We didn't get to experience things because the people before us didn't get to experience things. They didn't fight for their land, or they all fell into the trap of like talking dumb shit and not giving a shit about some things, you know? Obviously, because we saw the tension around Plato's time that led to the conquering of all of those places by not even Alexander. How people didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and they were going in the bad direction. They didn't have, they probably, what is wrong with you? Bless you. Bless you. Are you gonna throw up? Are you okay? What did you eat? I hope not like a wasp. What kind of trouble would that cause? Drink your milk, boo. Uh,
I I think he's okay. I can see the shadows. He's messing around with the dog.
oh yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. I just saw him bop at her.
um,
All these systems.
people didn't know what they were doing, and people expect people back in those days to have known more than us. You know, so we're slowly getting stupider because I don't know, we didn't have to. At any point we didn't have to. But maybe we did because it happened. You know? Whatever it is, we're here now to take back all that space that we could have gotten by ourselves. At some point, I'm sure we had to look at a stick and go like, "Muh," or something. But there was one monkey that did that probably or something at some point. He was declaring that shit. Some monkey man. And then they would take it as like it would be a praise, because what do you do? Just the path of least resistance is not like humble respect for nature. It's you know, thing. So monkey man fucking picks up stick and goes, "I declareth thee, muh." Then they're just like, "Muh, muh," and we see that shit in all kinds of like army stuff throughout history. That there's some sort of like transic fucking appeal to being part of a bigger thing.
Yeah.
With the drums and the fire and fucking whatever that boo-boo shit is, fucking bunga bunga. Life was magical, and I think that's why they fucking started building up, because it made the most sense. I want to touch that thing. I can climb a tree and get that coconut. Can I make some? I can't climb anything. Nothing goes that high, but maybe I can build. Maybe that's why there were so many fucking civilizations in the mountains. Like the Chicxulub fucking whatever. They had those lines where they drew like birds and shit. Are these ancient alien fucking landing pads?
Oh, they're like really long.
Yeah, those people in the mountains in fucking like Chile and shit. The alpaca, the Tibetans, they probably tried to reach the shiny things in the sky. Like they tried to grab coconuts. And then they started fucking trying to build up to get to that shit. And then maybe there were people who just built up in lower places because it was a representation of how they tried to do that. And now they got a bunch of dudes, instead of a bunch of people working together to climb up a mountain, it's like one person fucking telling everybody to make a statue about that. I got to touch that thing in the sky. You can't. I know you can't see me when I do it. That's because a god takes me away and I'm invisible. Don't question it, or I'll sacrifice your child next. Like everything was just magical and death. Because then they are exploring things in their mind, and they're fucking monkeys. You know, they have the urge to, it's fine. Whatever it was fine. They have to battle things to get food. They have to battle other people probably at some point because of something. There's a lot of death in that living. So all you have in that sorter is death. It doesn't matter, you know, if you're a kid fucking, if you just keep fucking, you're gonna make kids, you know, no, easy peasy. So you're not worried about nurturing that life. You're just fucking spitting them out in everybody you can because unga bunga, I want to live forever. Or I want to get some pussy. It's simple shit. You know, and if you can find how unsimple you are by doing the system over and over and over again, you can start hearing these things in the past. And the thing that helped me the most is fucking Plato. If you can talk to Plato if you can listen to Plato, you can't talk to him. If you can listen to Plato in his language, I think it puts so much into perspective. Where it's like, hey guys, how come you're doing things like this when this is the best way? We can reason that this is the best way, right? So what's the holdup? I know that friendship book is going to be like, hey guy, why are you so gay? Maybe what you're feeling for fucking lipsies or whatever is friendship. You just really want to be his friend. Stop being gay. Maybe you should go find yourself a lady, huh? Maybe those crazy urges and desires are just a result of having something that you lack in life that challenges that. Dudes, if they be fighting, they're probably not even worried about. I wonder how much rape went on in like the Viking days, where they just fucked whoever they want. I'm sure there was at some point like somebody had to say this is bad and this is good, because they would just do whatever when evil took over, they just did whatever they want. When the awareness came over where there's people who like, I'm at the top, all you people do what I say, that's when they be butt fucking. And who knows, there was probably a slippery slope of getting to butt fuck your own child, which now we're in that fucking phase, because gay dudes are fucking adopting children to fuck them, apparently. Prominent people too. So if they're doing bad things, you gotta detach yourself from everything about a bad person and find out where you belong based on what? Based on the best thing. So even at any point, you can't find the best thing always. It will always be in the direction you go, because it has to be that automatic process, because you can't be in the present for every single moment you can experience. Things are only broken into seconds to people because that's what they learned in kindergarten, you know? And milliseconds. It's like, holy shit, how am I supposed to be in that moment for all those moments? Well, if I'm not supposed to, I must not be. Since I'm not able to, because I've just concluded there's no other way, I'm just not able to, it's impossible, then I should just... You're making me nervous, Cat. That's not a good idea. How about you chill out there? Like the weird little gargoyle you are. Fucking... What were you talking about? Fucking cat.
Distract. Vikings and rape and doing.
Oh, living in moments.
Oh.
So they just do whatever they're gonna do. And we have people who like the shell shockness or whatever, the PTSD, when people experience trauma and they have like those flashbacks or whatever, that they, or when you have good things that you, moments that you remember all your life or whatever. Those are the things you define yourself by. Shit that's gonna be in the fucking past, because those are the moments that you had no choice but to be in those moments. If you don't... What would be better and what works is having a system that runs a background process like a computer. You're not just running fucking Tron or whatever people fucking play. Yeah, there's explorer.exe. You've got to plug in the thing so it, you know, like it's there's so many things that game you play is dependent on. And our brains are the same fucking way. But you know what? I don't think fucking people are doing like that AI shit like that. You know, they have like a bunch of processes that do the same thing. Just collect information and then, I don't know, something random. Put a 5 in there. Just like that alien bullshit. And then some shit's coming out. You're telling me you can't show me a fucking seal and a polar bear kissing?
I saw a thing in the news.
Because it doesn't exist on the internet yet. They can't even, like, I don't know, they're smushing their faces together because one of them's getting eaten. Sorry.
It's ridiculous.
Everything seems ridiculous to me right now.
I saw a thing in the news that it might have been that might have been Musk, maybe.
Instead of putting magnets at the tip of your fingers, what if we put them in your brain? Idiot.
He said he thinks within...
Oh, fucking no.
Like, I don't know if it was 2 years or 7 years, very short amount of time. That AI will be smarter than the smartest human.
No, because if you're not smart, you can't make a thing smarter than you. That doesn't make any sense. It's like trust the science. Go to the doctor all the time for your fucking checkup. Pay your taxes. Support the troops. It's all the same nonsensical bullshit, and he's just doing the same thing. Because he's the laziest one, because he's the most recent one to do it. He's a fucking bitch. And he's retarded. I wanted to call him a bitch tard. You fucking bitch tard. If they don't understand the things that I understand about the brain, and you can't... Elon Musk couldn't hold a gun to my head and say, explain this to me. so that I could do I hire someone to write a program about it, because they would have to convert. You can't understand unless you give your surrender to it. And if you're surrendering to it, there's nothing. You ain't building nothing for nobody. Fucking Bill Gates, his head would explode. It wouldn't be possible. Like, you're fucking with me or something. This isn't true. There's no way to know the truth unless you surrender to its outside force. So, if there's nothing surrendering, if a tree falls in the wood, if there's nobody to surrender to its force, does that mean it doesn't exist?
If something takes up a space.
No. If there is no one to surrender to the force of truth, that outside good, that objective good that you're trying to define, if there's no one there to surrender to it, does that mean it does? And the only way that, I don't know if you were listening before, the force of a hurricane, you've got no choice, right?
Right.
But this, you have to make the choice to surrender to it for it to become knowable to you. So, if there's no one around, there's no human to surrender to the force of truth, does that mean it doesn't exist?
Was this the thing you were talking about the other day?
Yes.
Does good exist without human?
Mm-hmm. Because it's not just that. It's also all the strings that attach it to the nature in the universe. That's just the human aspect, separating nature from human in the universe. That objective good exists to the human as what I just said. But in nature, it got to where we are now because mothers had to love mammals had to love their children for them to grow up and be strong. It had to be that shapes, planet, universe, galaxies, whatever, would take a shape that leads to Earth at some point. That's the good. It's good because we got here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's obvious that everything can be broken down into nature, human, or, yeah. Why do I keep saying nature first? Human, nature, universe. Because that system, when you choose to deliberately put things in the system, it reveals that truth to you. This is the key to open the door of accepting objective truth as a thing that has existed before you did, or objective good. The truth, blah blah blah, seems like, oh, whether you like it or not, the truth is good. It's always good. The best thing to do is the truth. The good thing to do is the truth. That's not to say everybody throughout time could do the best thing. Oh, war is inevitable now because war was inevitable then. We can't evolve from that, right? Nature, look at how many fucking, and there's no sign of other life. And if things existed millions of years ago, fucking all the way in the galaxies that, or we see other stars of, or whatever. Galaxies? Yeah. We see other galaxies, stars, right?
Yeah.
Okay. suns. With all of the things that are out there, they want to use probability. There's so many planets. What's the likelihood that there isn't another civilization?
That's n
Point.
equals 2.
What?
That's n equals 2. And then
Yeah. Point counterpoint. If there's so many planets out there that there's got to be life, then the likelihood that they would try to contact us is great or small. Well, it could be this, it could be that, it could be that. Okay, you're in the land of fucking confusion. You want to get rid of confusion, you have to start doing it with your reasoning, because even if I'm not right, it will reveal itself to me that, oh shit, there could be aliens, because now when you do the math, both possibilities exist. When everybody else does their own math, it's only what they want to happen. If aliens existed, fucking, why did they fuck with our gold currency system? Or how come blah, 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 blah. So, everything, it's no longer do they exist. It's now making up stories of if they did exist. And that's not reasonable, because now you're slowing yourself down. Do you want to know the answers to any of the questions you pose? You gotta relinquish those fucking questions. It's gotta be about truth, 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 truth. And having one direction to go in. And if that direction, inevitably that direction is gonna be confronting truth and good. The not lies and the not bads. And you have to make a decision for all of those things to go in the other direction. To go to the good, to go to the facts. To go to the truth. I don't know which one's better to say. When people use their own system, it's not going to work. Because there's all the right things, or all the bad things that can be done. All the stupid, all the wrong. But 1 + 1 is 2. It's not 3, it's not 4, not 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I could go on forever, right?
Right.
What would be the point?
I don't see one.
So why are people fucking talking dumb shit all the time? Why are they saying, if aliens existed, how about this? What about the aliens? Maybe they were in Jesus' time too, because of blah blah blah. And also, all these sunken say. When people argue with me, they do the same thing. Their shape is just bing 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 bing. That's you too. Always chaos. I was trying to keep that in my mouth. Always chaos is the answer. Even if it tears us apart. And that's what was being measured. Is what you do bringing you towards me? Because that's good. Because we want to be together. Because we've made decisions to do things certain ways, or to talk about things, or to walk towards each other, so to speak, and all the things. So, if what you do doesn't let that happen, and you do many things at once, and I am very focused on one thing, which one is best for us? Which one, how, it's like the opposite of how I untangle Christmas lights or the yarn. You know, I just want to pull on everything at once and make the knot go away. But that's not how I act with words. In physical world, I hate it all. I just want to kick it and make it work. But in mental world, I know I have to do it, and I know this is my domain, and I know it helps me reason with the outside, but still knowing myself that desires nothing more than to be able to spit on something and make it work, or just be told information by fucking ancient aliens or shit like that. Talking to God directly. Everybody always wants the easiest way. But making sure that you don't do those things and going into good practices and getting away from those bad practices reveals lots of stuff. I get so lost.
And agathoptics.
Yeah, you can't live in all the moments in time. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't control every moment in time you exist in. So, what do? Well, there's already fucking things going on inside of you that are painful. You want the hurt to stop.
Yeah.
You know? Someone who's depressed, someone who's bipolar or schizophrenic, they would have the easiest fucking job at sorting out their head if they just went in this direction. Because then you see it all go away. That's what happened to me. It all, with enough practice, all of that crap, all of the thinking I'm talking to people in my head gets reduced to almost nothing. Eventually, for me, it got louder because, it's like, oh, maybe I'm wrong about everything. You go through the cycles and you start... I think what the things that happened to me is that I can't be special, so other people can't be special, but sometimes maybe there's like they get a boost of energy from like the outside forces. There's the universe, maybe the universe can manifest into a fucking voice or something, There's, and it's like, well, I have to disprove that. When, like, the sorter comes up with, like, I didn't do it myself, really. I don't sit there and, like, write math down and fucking...
You can prove mental projection is not a feasible thing.
What do you mean? Like,
You went through the steps of knowing. You proved to yourself, because you tried to astral project.
Yeah. I tried to do the things, but also measure outside from inside. That if I can't feel any different, because you're saying that I'm going on the outside of myself and going to all these places, because even if it's in my brain, somehow I can portal into the outside world and see it in real time. Yeah. I can actually go to Jupiter or some shit and go to the sun and see solar flares as they're happening on the outside world, but being closer to it. So there's got to be ways of measuring that, and I went through a lot of things that did that. There's courses to do better at being in these places. And it's all very fucking stupid and vague, and they always get to a point where it's still just in your head. It's like it exists just like every crazy person. It exists in both bidipoles at the same time, in the same bidipole on both sides at the same time. It both is physical and is not physical. So if somebody were to go in and question them to break the stuff down, it would just, so you're saying that this is a lie, that you can't do this physically. But it's also maybe, no, it's some magic that fucking, it's like some other dimension where you're not really there. It's like a break off of it. You can say the stupidest things and they do. Or we can't really explain it, but if you do these vague, there was this military guy, I don't even know. He had a weird haircut and a weird mustache. He was very blonde. And he was like, the military taught me to, and I'm sure they did because the government, I'm sure somebody in the government was aware of brain stuff. Are you okay?
Yeah.
You look like you're having a seizure.
Oh, I'm
Are you having a seizure?
No, I'm having a seizure. I am I feel very high and wobbly, like very.
You're so wobbly that your eyes are wobbling?
Oh.
You look like you're about to overdose on something.
Sorry, baby.
He said that he worked for the government, and I'm sure there were people, can I have that? Who also, so much stuff to say. So, there was government sanctioned, lysergic acid, fucking whatever they were giving them and calling it acid. They were doing it for a while before Vietnam or whatever, the 60s, in black and white days, like sometimes 40s, and talking to people and getting a feel of how they're experiencing life in that inside realm in like an extra super enhanced way. And you can see their biases because they're like, now, Mr. Tanner, just remember, I'm trying to get to this point, like trying to keep them focused, not interfering with the experiments. And you can kind of see how it gets to hippie age, just mass produced, fucking give it to everybody, because the experiments got weird at times. But there was also just like, I think there may be kind of good intentions, but that bias led to bad intentions. Where it's, well, we don't know how to see into this world that probably Blavatsky fucking told them about. Like, maybe this stuff is real. Maybe demons are real. Maybe there's a portal in your mind or so, like all of these things before, after the 1890s. All of that shit, or maybe 1880s on, 1890s on, all that death shit.
Yeah.
So there was like these stages of people becoming aware of things in their mind, and like it was more fucking Joan of Arc. She fucking, like, there's a story of her hearing fucking angels and shit, and she was just a child and she had to fight for. But what were the signs? How could it would all be fucking hearsay, So of course people are like, well, probably because God's real, right? But also he let her fucking die in a fire. They fucking set a teenager on fire to death because she lost a battle. A fucking fruitless, meaningless fucking, and she was a peasant. So it's like, you don't understand what shit is going on, how stupid this shit is, and now you're bringing God into it. So of course they're gonna be like, oh, she must be talking to God. What an inspiration. God's on our fucking side. Oh, and then you lost, by the way. At least fucking whatever. So you can see these fucking ebbs and flows of inside-outside relationships. And the more we have the freedom to think more about stuff, the more is conquerable the next day. oh, I hear you don't like religion. Well, let me introduce you to something else. Because now you have a space in your head to fucking
Yeah.
fill with something. Well, what do I do here? Do I go by myself on a journey to understand things like fucking Bear Grylls or whatever that guy who starved to death in Alaska? Do I go backpacking in fucking Europe and like explore all the cultures and fucking there's so many things that people try to find in nature, in other people, and there's where is the answer to whatever question. What's the question? Nobody fucking knows what the question is. Cause they don't, how do you know what to ask about something you don't know? So it's like what is the meaning of life? That's probably the great waste of life. What like that's the thing I guess that people, even if they're not asking the question directly, they were always like looking for or they were exploring the things in life, like fucking bloodletting their balls so they can fucking see some weird trip on some weird shit and talk to like the devil. See these enemies, oh, I can challenge them because I survived this, or they'll just men fucking dude mentality, you know?
Yeah.
That has had a negative effect on us, but it's also stuff that's in there. I feel like I'm on fucking cocaine right now. My nose is so itchy, I keep pulling on it. Um, I got bugs. And now everybody's just like influencing each other. They're all each other's influencers and influences. Instead of having like a big guy telling you, you know, that relationship between, because that's what religion and culture and politics is. It's that space inside of us that we don't understand. I got the answer for you. This is how much I own that part of you. And it's like, no, bitch, stop talking for a moment so that I can fucking understand it before you, because I'm the closest thing to it. And there's ebbs and flows of fucking people being completely fucking retarded throughout history and somehow making it, and sometimes almost having it, you know, having a clue on something. But people don't know that because they think everybody's fucking like a saint. Everybody is generally a good person. If you're stupid, you're not good. But you don't have to villainize people, the past or whatever, for fucking whatever transgressions they did. You just gotta know if it's bad or good. Just be objective. You don't have to put your emotion into that, you know? You can put your emotion into, I don't know, your husband or wife.
So what?
Where you don't have to emotionally invest, don't emotionally invest. That's why the good and bad, it's like, it's this and that and this and that, you know, however we can follow it. And generally speaking, it's good that that I'm here right now, and I wouldn't do what they did, and I would fight someone now who did it, but it happened, and now I'm looking at it more historically than emotionally. Except when it comes to fucking Plato and Dion. Like, that shit hurts. But so does Trevor Moore. Too bad we couldn't put Dion on the agathoptics. Or Plato. I guess we could. Who would we take out, though? Oh, Tom Petty. Maybe take him out, put Plato in there. Because I think we will see. Okay, we'll change it, right? If in Lysis or whatever we're reading, friendship, should we just read that for now? Uh, and also,
If we can get some more to drink.
he says something about I know he says something about the love between men and women is greater than dude and dude, you know? Uh So if in friendship, dudes gonna stop being gay because Plato suggests it, or that's where he goes down that route that maybe you're not gay, maybe you should focus on friendship because temperance kind of shit, without temperance there's gayness. You can't have both, because then you decide what temperance is, and that's a slippery slope. That's every bad person ever. So can't blame Alexander for being the fucking bitch he was, but I can blame the people now for not seeing what I see, because we're on the same playing field. Me and everyone that exists right now, there's nothing superficial that I judge myself against with them. There's no, they
Your values aren't the same.
No, I wanted to say in a way that they can't hold a candle to me, but I'm trying to say, I was leading to, and I don't know how it got there, that there's no one alive right now that I would worship. That I would be like, oh, there's like, I get something from you that I desire so much that I may overstep boundaries or fucking... I don't know, shit like that.
But betray something to get something. Betray yourself.
There's nobody that impresses me enough that I would find them better than me. Which still sounds like I'm saying the same thing. But, and that's fine, because it's not like I expect something different from them. That I don't think anybody is better than me. If it was a fucking Beyonce or something. That's still, even though she probably fucking ate her own placenta and worships the devil, that is still a level playing field. That is without assumptions, that, oh, I don't think anybody's better than me, so that means I'm better than them. Because I didn't say that, even though it sounded like I could have been, So, hello. Sorry, you wanted...
some more water.
So that shows me that anybody in the past, there's no reason to have them valued above me either. And doing that is a piece of the puzzle to, like, put everything in history in perspective, Then you measure, are you better than them? I bet a lot of people, I would say I'm better than them, and then if I reasoned it, like how you just said, I'd be like, okay, maybe I should do that, because I'm still so attached to the thought that what I know, everybody could have known themselves too, so, just get with the fucking program. But maybe it's something more special than I give it credit for. I'm very communist in that way, or whatever. So everybody has a share of this farm, but I keep taking it, so now it's mine. I keep taking it, and I haven't seen anybody else who does it, which would be an interesting thing. That would be like the season finale of a cartoon or something, to like run into someone who's the same, like, are you my twin, or fucking... and then finding out, you know, that relationship, but hasn't happened yet. I think I can I measure everything, every experience, and every time there's a ding that it's like, well, that means you're stupid, that means you're stupid. Like anybody, it's so easy. Like, guess who? It's like, do you worship God? Okay, then you're an idiot. Fucking. I don't know. I don't know.
You got the best filter.
Yeah.
It sorts pretty good. Pretty good.
Fucking. I just made a case for
Hitler again.
yeah.
Again. Why?
Yeah. I mean, he was like the best Guess Who player because I'm thinking, like anybody who speaks like they're from a ghetto with predominantly black people living there. Did I start that with the if they talk like if you talk like the people in there talk, then there's a problem, right? Because that's not so. Oh, this is just my twang, you know. Like you can. I'm sure the way I talked has changed because I'm trying to get more specific with my words, so I can't really mean fucking blah blah blah, blah you know. Yeah. And it becomes more like an art instead of just slop that you let fill a space up. Just fill me with cum, random guys. It's like deliberate. And then you can play games like fucking Tom Sizemore or whatever. That's probably why people are doing that, because that's the new accent. Is like the references that you make in the words that you say.
Everybody loves the reference.
What do you mean? Is that a TV show or something?
No, there's lots of TV shows that people like that where they
Oh
have
yeah,
reference to things.
yeah.
And
Fucking
I get enjoyment from that.
every dude I've ever met, they expect you to be able to fucking quote like Clerks or fucking Freddy Got Fingered or what's the one like Mel Brooks fucking what's that one that people do with the shoe? Not Schoolhouse Rock. You like it? It's British. Monty Python. Dudes are just like, oh, you don't get it. Oh, Fight Club's cool now. So if you don't get the reference, then, you know, we're not talking to you. Very divisive. Why was I talking about that? I don't know. You gotta get some drink. Is the tea ready? Probably not. Did you put cool water in it?
Yeah.
You didn't just like boil all of the water, right? You had like some just regular water in there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I let
Smooth move. Got these glasses on. I haven't fucking looked at a goddamn word.
Well.
Sorry. I've got to go to the library. My job where I sit there with my blouse unbuttoned. 3 buttons. So, the AC's off and I'm glistening with the glitter that I put on and also sweat so it's extra shiny against the fluorescent lights.
I can see you as a sexy librarian.
Yeah, I know. You told me before. Love you. Is there Pavlov's?
So?
Can I eat 14 Pavlov's? 14.5. Swifty 2.
That's a lot. I don't think I've ate
78 or Seamany 8. I'm trying to say semen. 7 semen. Sementeen. Semen teen. The semen demon, just like Gail predicted. Bukkake. The semen demon's gonna cut your dick off and put a hole in your pelvis that you're gonna have to finger every night. You want to be a woman? I worked hard to be a woman. I stuck a piece of chalk in my pussy to keep it open for 18 years before I finally gave up and it closed. You can only pretend to have sex. That's so like, it's like people with the whole acid thing. Somehow people know that just how to hurt people to take over their brain. And they got a lot of guns to defend it. That means they're true. Because they have control of the most men who are willing to kill you over nothing. This is a system I want to keep following. Damn. Husband, can you hear me? You know what I just thought of? No, you don't. So while everybody was tripping, doing weird shit, sorry, not understanding their thoughts, but like exploring their mind in like the most violent ways, they were writing laws. Isn't that some shit? Oh shit. Yeah. Or rather, the people who tripped balls were writing laws. Justinian. He was hanging around fucking probably doing whatever he wanted. I would like to know more about that relationship. But they were still like eating good food, just sitting and talking, fucking bullshitting about how everything Justinian does is right. Because the force of man. But he was also directly exploring his mind. Because that's why Plato was there. But he was exploring his mind in a more master than slave relationship. What if God originally was a metaphor for being the master to something outside of yourself. They were too stupid to know. I bet you every advancement in communication is due to like one specific person. Oh my god.
Oh, your God.
The Jews sacrificed their firstborns to get freedom from the Egyptian guy.
Cult of death.
Cult of death.
You get canceled for saying they're bad.
Ooh. And even if God did it, that's even worse.
I'll be back.
Okay.
1,700, right? All of them?
Should I just bring up the tray?
Yeah, all 30,000 trays.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
No, because it goes soft too quick.
We'd have to maybe get a dehydrator.
How you preserve that?
Yeah, and I would imagine, you know, with a freezy one, you could get them real fucking dry. Cause the heat, something about heat keeps fucking. It's harder to fight moisture with heat than cold. It seems like. Even the best things that we get, they're better freeze dried. Would you? I like them the first day when they're so. I bet freeze drying them might make them denser too. No. Maybe. Let's see if it shrinks things like that. Oh. Oh. Mm-hmm. It's almost like bread that doesn't make you full. It's still protein, right? Doesn't matter if you cooked it. Like, you can't cook the protein out of the egg because the protein is the thing that is making the structure of the foods. You want more?
Egg whites.
You want this? Oh. Why they always gotta sacrifice? It gets worse and worse. I go from the first son dying to the Abraham with I'm just joking, fucking you don't gotta kill your son, your firstborn, but also you gotta cut part of his dick off. Big of a piece and he didn't get to eat it.
So I'm like, oh God. I'm like, hey, I banish you out of my garden. Just Eden. For killing your brother, Cain.
Well, they weren't even eating it anymore.
Or I banish you from this land, so you have to walk the earth or whatever.
Yeah.
Because you can't farm no more.
The Jews must be doing something good because God hasn't punished them directly, so we're doing fine. It's like a 10. It's at least like a 2,500-year-old plot to seem superior. Because as long as I hurt you and have you bow to me, and God's not striking me down, I'm still winning. That's been the joke the whole time. With all the stupid fucking religions. But now the peasant has that power. So hey, since I was born Jewish, and I can't make up a whole story of what all exists in this empty, or in this space where God's taken up, because that was there before me, I'm gonna say, God says this. Whatever that God is, whatever that most powerful thing is, I'm gonna say I have a relationship with it, and I'm gonna prove it. Oh, I'm walking on water and fucking.
Look.
Yeah.
Slight tangent.
Mm-hmm.
Shot into my brain. You been looking for a cake?
Yeah. Angel food cake.
Can it be? Is it gonna be cake, but a cake with frosting, cake with filling?
Filling?
What if? Remember I made that like Swiss cake roll last time?
Uh-huh.
But I can do the invert sugar now. I can make a marshmallowy topping to put on the cake, and we can roll up the cake.
That would be weird. I'd be down.
That sounds weird.
Mm-hmm. It might just be crazy enough to work. I quoted a thing, probably. It's crazy enough. I ate those too quickly. too quickly because you only gave me 2. Fucking greedy.
You want some help, wife?
Maybe 1 more. 3 is the magical number. What are you doing?
I like to hear you ask for it.
Oh, give it to me. Is that what you want to hear? I want it so bad. I love your cooking, husband.
Be right back, baby.
Fucking David Miscavige. How could I not see it? Sorry. What is there, a bug? You saved me from a mosquito? Oh shit, there is something flying around. He's hunting it. I mean, if you want to get it first, I wouldn't be bothered. I think it is a flying thing. Maybe it's under your foot.
It looks like 2 things smooching. So
Oh.
I thought we could just...
Thank you. Oh, 1 more kiss though. Never 1 more kiss.
All kisses.
That sounds sad. I don't like it, so it's probably bad. I get a sense of things because I'm such an empath. The thing moves so quickly and my system is so clean that I can trust it to tell me things. You know?
Yeah.
That a headache means something out of place, and so I gotta not do a thing that I did before to hurt that way again, or solving problems instead of just taking pills for problems.
Self-reliant.
Yeah.
On your on your health.
Mm-hmm.
On your person.
That's why I'm saying we were reading Plato and you were like, how could it be this? And I was like, yeah, if you're a doctor, how do you say you're a doctor? And we're like, I don't remember. Like, basically, this isn't your profession, so you don't know. Is a piss poor.
Yeah, you're not expert.
Everybody should know everything to an extent, and the only way to do that is to gather it all up, right? And have something by which you can judge all the things. And what can that be other than good? Good exists because It's the thing that can keep everything in check. The balance. Why do I do the things that I do? Why do I live? Mm. Anyway, sorry.
So am I. I was examining myself.
Oh,
Yeah. I think I'm hungry.
so you have to examine yourself instead of your examinations coming to you?
Well, I guess they came to me, but I questioned.
Because
Uh,
you sense something?
yeah, a change in how I normally feel. I started.
Did you put any sugar in this?
Yeah.
Not the same amount. And maybe because I ate those Pavlovs. So it could be that I can't taste any of the sugar in that. Alright. I also had the sour candy before. Dang. That sucks. I used to love tuna fish sandwiches. And I used to love yoo-hoos. But eating them together was such a disappointment. It would be so heartbreaking every time. Like, that's a missed opportunity to enjoy something. Even though it was all fucking poison, but... So...
So, a couple... about 3 times now, I've just had, like, this kind of brief, like, I don't fucking feel good. And it go away, and the past 2 times that it's happened, that directly preceding it has been, like, stomach grumbly stuff. And now my brain shot off on that tangent about food. I think my body is telling me.
What do you want to do about that? I feel like you're feeling it for me because I should be feeling it. I feel like. Feel.
My feel feels.
Ooh, my feels. Ooh. I'm noticing that you rubbing my belly feels... I'm feeling that more on my back now than my stomach. When's the last time you rubbed my belly? Like, and I was like, oh yeah, that feels good.
Oh, it wasn't yesterday, and I don't know if it was the day before, but probably the day before that.
I think something has changed. Oh, please. It hurts.
Oh,
It doesn't hurt in my belly, but it doesn't feel good. It just feels like you're touching my skin. But in my back, it's like...
dang.
What it is.
Makes me feel bad.
I'm sorry. It
No,
sucks.
it's a thing that is what it is. I can't do
Yeah.
nothing about it.
But I would feel like if I touch you, like, and I think I'm helping you and it hurts, that always makes me feel bad. So I get it. I should have probably led towards that instead of sit there for a while and let you fucking steep in it. Uh, but thinking about the pain kind of took me away, uh, and the sadness that like that. Oh, every time you touch my belly, it was like, oh. And now it's kind of like, this would be fine if it wasn't for my back. And that relationship then, like, changes. Because it's not even just, I don't feel it anymore. What's going on? It's like, I feel it and it hurts. So many emotions. Oh my goodness. It's not that there's a lot to think about when you're pregnant, right? It's that these bitches be so emotional, hormonal. We go through a thing where we like bleed, and you fucking scream when you bleed all the time. You know, not you particularly, but boys are like, oh, you shot me, so what? I get shot by nature fucking all the time. And they both suck. So stop making fun of me so I can fucking empathize with you. Because I'm not playing with fucking stupid toys. I'm not playing with electricity. I never asked for fucking electricity. It was just there. Now I don't know how to live without it. Or at least it would be difficult. It's not I don't know. It's there's gonna be a lot of learning to do.
And is that hard learning necessarily the best way?
No, because then we don't get the opportunity to talk to other people. So the government's taking over everything, and we're just fucking two people
in the woods.
Yeah, and not even in like the best part of the woods. It's like right off the highway in this patch of land. A thing that can eventually turn into a highway, because every road they're just rated by how much they're used, and the more they're used, the more money is put into the things that build around it and shit like that, and then shit gets all confusing because everybody wants a piece of something that'll make them money no matter the cost of anything, because you can't put business, culture, politics, any of that shit into the agathoptics system. You bring that shit with you, and it either sheds real quick or you're not doing it. At least the thickest layers. Then you start to realize self-reliance is not needing a system like that at all. Not wanting a system, that it hurts, that anything, any form of power outside of a person can be distributed eventually because of war, because that person dies and now there's another faction thing, or whatever the case may be. So anytime there's a system like that fucking exists, it's gotta go away. Oh, I did it, and my stomach doesn't feel particularly one way or the other, but I don't think I could do that to myself. Like masturbation versus you doing it for me.
Can't touch your legs and your feet?
Yeah. I felt like movement in there that didn't feel bad because it was happening here. When you did it, I didn't feel stuff here, a movement here. It's almost like there's got to be like a connection of both things going on at the same time, or some shit maybe. I don't know. It was new to me. But it still also hurt my back. Maybe, hopefully, because things get worn out, and now, my body's compensating for the things that are in pain so that I can be comfortable. And then things will become in balance again. Imbalance, import, export, fucking buy, die, woman, man.
Directional. Boop, boop.
Everything.
Down here, does that do it too?
What? I don't know.
Like touching?
I don't know. Were we experimenting? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't catch myself. I was like, ooh,
Oh, I thought you just poked me. That was fine, I don't think.
boop boop, and then I went like this.
Oh, yeah, because I'm always so open, right, to touches. I don't. There's no way that I can just completely shut myself off from you. I think because of that, it always like snaps back and brings attraction. I think that's why during a lot of fights, we had sex. Oof. Maybe there's just a little squirmer or something. I don't know. I said I was gonna have fucking. They were gonna come out fucking. Good morning. Let's talk about what I should call you or something. What feels best to you? I've always heard you say wife, be referred to as wife, but the relationship that you have with the people who call you wife or person, they would be able to say stuff like that straight out the gate.
Very articulate for these little
Yeah.
children's.
Oh, sorry, you get to experience the same thing. Oh, mothers love fucking little babies and doing these things.
Maybe they'll want to be called Jam.
I don't know because it hasn't happened yet. I'm not going into the future, but I know what I'm not bringing into the future.
Yeah.
There's things that there's absolutes that limit what's under that line, the degeneracy, all that shit under that line is fucking gross, and it's a lot of what people are doing, but that's how you measure the good by the bad. That's why man is bad. We know what men do with each other. It all makes sense in all the different contexts. You people, yes, you people. Fucking darky. You gotta. It sounds like there's something popping, right?
Yeah.
It was distracting me. Now it fucking stopped. You want to control everything, right? And just having another person who has the same goals as you, there can be only one, That Highlander shit, it's just a bunch of dudes fighting with swords. I think everybody's trying to replace even that's why it's so female's the new fucking male, Everything is like fucking getting ass backwards because it's okay that it's a good situation for two dudes. It's always going to be a situation that can lead to good things. And we know that's not true because you can't have babies. But anyway, I've got distracted because I'm feeling things that are strange. I don't, I feel like I'm starting a fire, Maybe that's why people breathe and shit. Oh.
You cast an iron in there?
Future. Women don't control the future, men do. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look back in history, it's predominantly dudes that lead people into the next generation.
Yeah.
Whether through war or their rulings. Mother has very little say because mother doesn't get to say that my son ain't going to war. We've always been property, and that's why like that debate is so gross now, where they just have to straight up say, you're our property, cause look, you let us fucking do this for all these years, and nobody's fucking saying the contrary. Nobody knows what the best thing is, so we know what the best thing is. It's like everything has we're at maximum capacity now. We've reached the bidipole of our current situation, and that's fucking religion, culture, politics, and everybody that is involved with it, which is everybody and me. That's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah.
I feel like
A hell of a situation to be in.
I've distinguished myself from everyone else. And it doesn't fucking matter, nobody sees it. They're retarded. That's what makes me different from them. That I can see something that they don't. Or else, if we saw the same thing, we could communicate the same thing. But everybody has a different definition of fucking good, and everybody has a different definition of facts versus fucking opinions, and everybody argues about everything and also sucks each other's dick at the same time. And then there's just a balance of how much do I value this thing versus how much I'm searching for something to fill this space, or what am I willing to believe to fill this space. And
Speaking of filling space, I'll be right back.
okay. Oh, sorry, because you're getting hungry. Husband, when you come back in the next Dragon Ball Z, fucking, oh, now I'm getting distracted. We were talking about, men, future. Men own the future because they're more powerful. That's what I was trying to get to when we were talking about the other stuff.
Gotcha.
All of them issue One Piece. I'm going to read about how the Jews know that they've interfered with everything for all of time. But it was a good thing. Right, Martha Stewardovich? And that's a good thing. Ownership of fucking good. Explain yourself, you fucking time-doing criminal. Fucking black dick sucking grandma. Old enough to be his fucking grandma. Snoop Diggity Lion, fucking Dio fucking personality. Playing Minecraft on livestream. Saying all the quirky things, and people be giving me money and being entertained and respecting me. Because I was on MTV. And maybe got away with murder, fucking Illuminati. Husband, the making of the Jewish labor movement. Also, could I have food too? Oh, you're probably peeing. Mm.
Can you have food too?
Yeah.
What kind of food are you thinking about?
Can you answer my question?
Yes.
Can I have some food too?
Yes, you can have some food too.
Thanks.
Is there a food that you would prefer?
I don't know if prefer is the right way to is a good way to express how I feel about that whole situation type thing. Because if we're talking prefer, ooh, but now as I'm talking about it, it's developing into something. We have that salad, right?
Yeah, a little bit of it.
And we have that flatbread that could be warm with butter. I wish we had like a ranch or something, you know?
Oh, we do have a ranch. We got an organic ranch.
What?
Yeah, I bought one last time.
Oh shit, husband, that could have changed the fucking game. That burrito could have just had fucking ranch on it. Oh, or it could have had both of those things. So maybe I could have the burrito, but with ranch instead of hamburger, because we don't have a hamburger. I ate them all, fat bitch. You ate
them too.
But you're a guy. You're supposed to have that much. So 2 fucking 1,000 burritos with hamburger? That's nothing.
2 quarter pounders.
And then we didn't even have cheese on them. So, calories or something. You told me that we had ranch, like I should have known that we had ranch. That's just the trifling ass dude. He can't help it. Because you control the future. So I should have known by now because you're ahead of me.
I didn't say it in a way that... Right, like, aha, we do. In fact, now, because...
No.
That previously...
You were like, yeah. You were just like, yeah, I bought it last time. Okay. I don't know, maybe it's how I perceive it. That's how powerful you are, that you don't even have to do the thing. So now this is my problem. But also you have to love me the way I want to be loved to see it. I can't gain that perspective until I get the love that unlocks that information, whatever it will be. Maybe it's getting 2 Ferraris. Maybe it's having you just answer my fucking questions deliberately because that's been like an ongoing thing. You know? Who knows? Try the 2 Ferrari things first. Because then we could make a YouTube video about it and then we could tell people, hey, we're giving these 2 cars away. Totally fucking serious right now. But you have to follow the system. And you have to prove it to us. And you have to go through these things like Nathan for you, except in reverse because they're gaining a Ferrari and also fucking wisdom. Wisdom with a side of Ferrari. A hot pink one and a neon yellow one. And you know, that's totally doable right now. If there was fucking Jake from Fuck Farm, he could get that done. If he followed agathoptics and was like, yo, dog, I don't even know how he speaks. I can't stand his face, so I'm not going to listen to the fucking shit that comes out of his mouth. I see his actions, and I don't fucking like it. If he followed agathoptics and he's like, hey, yo, dog, this is the best thing that I ever experienced, and my life is so much better, and this is something that I've been looking for. But now that I have surrendered to it instead of just tried to conquer it, we gotta change the world so we can all have the best thing. And I know I'm gonna have to give up fucking all this dumb shit, but we can have fun. As soon as we reset, we can start building that fun back up. But we can't do it at the risk or at the price of children or our own lives. If you want to go floating in the ocean, fucking don't use paint that kills all the fish. Because if they're good, we're good. You fucking idiot. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, I want to plant 1,000 trees every day for every like in this video, fucking whatever. He could be doing that progressively more and learning from it and experimenting and finding where he gets held back, just like we do. And he has the power to do something about it because he's got agents and millions of dollars at his fucking disposal, fucking cult following of children. And he gets free money from the government because he's like, oh, I lost a lot of money. Instead of everybody going on YouTube when the fucking Roni shit had, when all our freedoms were tested and we failed, and it was taken away and we were shut in our fucking houses. Didn't change for me because I fucking didn't leave anyway. I'm terrified of everybody and everything on the outside, and I hate it. It makes me sick. So of course when somebody says something stupid, I'm gonna be fucking angry about it because I'm nice about it and I try to reason, but now you force me to play your game because you're not gonna listen to reason. So we're gonna only go as far as agathoptics says I should, or how much you fucking tolerate. And that's what it is. It doesn't matter if there's not like an end game of winning or losing. It's the friends you lose along the way. I forgot what I was fucking talking about. That people fucking.
We're not deviating from the course. This engine's just gonna run clean.
Is that what I was talking about?
Well, not letting people try to interject their shit.
Oh yeah.
Agathoptics.
It tastes better
Also
now.
calls wife-atropics.
Mm.
That's when your wife makes you trip balls.
Yeah. You wouldn't have tripped balls if it wasn't for me. I'm sure you would have eventually. Somebody would have. It's not because you were like, oh, well, I don't know, fellas. It was just, didn't do it, you know? It was like I was too busy getting drunk and driving home.
Yeah.
Too busy making questionable decisions when I go visit my fucking uncles.
Yeah.
So, food, I'm sorry.
Okay.
What is that for? I was gonna maybe use that.
I'll do everything in there.
Oh, okay. You think you could put the best amount of that and ranch in?
Yes.
Do you know what the ranch tastes like yet? Did you taste it? You don't know if they'll go together at all.
I don't know if they'll.
There's always that chance. Ooh, getting cocky. Well, I mean, that's what you do. You control the future. Just watch, okay? Now that I've said this a couple of times, and it'll go into the system, you will see how much you try to control. In your words, you assume you control the future. Yeah. And then we can measure that.
Because it tastes like shit. I can't fix it.
Yeah, but even so, there's still the chance. There's always the chance. Holy shit. I just opened to a random page in this Zion in America book. And the first thing I read is like, they're saying the thing, but in reverse. I gotta read this to you when you come back. Oh my god! What I'm reading, it's like if someone was talking about the conspiracy theories of Jews, a Jew who's referencing a bunch of Jews and who has the similar Jewish agenda, because they're obviously speaking in favor of the same thing. They're admitting to this stuff. They're admitting to the things, not admitting, but he's talking about how things went down. And it sounds like if it wasn't a dude who was in it, it'd be like, you're crazy, you're being racist. Mm-hmm. The big-nosed donkey. Like, I feel like I'm reading the story of the Illuminati. I feel like we might have to talk about this book in a live stream and be like very deliberate. When has organizations ever not influenced a large amount of people? Has there ever been a time, or has there ever been an organization that didn't work towards a goal? Yeah. Has there ever been a time where an organization with a lot of money doesn't have more influence than an organization that doesn't have a lot of money? They're probably not just playing soccer with each other. They're making decisions and influencing things. Oh boy, husband. Like, just like the gayness in Greek, we hit the holy grail of fucking the bad thing that happened in America. That probably happened in other places. I mean, Martin Luther wrote about it. Hitler wrote about it. We know socialism is bad. We can name the ways. And now this book talks about influencing ignorant people to lead them in a certain way with their thinkers. I wonder if we can organize something. Reading this stuff and trying to defeat an enemy that wants to take control of my mind because it admits all the time that it wants to control my mind. Oh, I lost that fucking page! Oh, I still have the idea, at least. To do a fundraiser for support our independence. So that we can read shit like this without having to have problems. And talking about this information and giving it a language that is the most reasonable, you know? Everybody knows they're fucking enemies in one way or another. How's it going? Balfour Declaration! It's their side of the story. They tried to say that Palestine was empty. But that's for the everyman. Here, and it still says in, like Wikipedia that there were riots when Palestine were losing their land because of the Balfour Agreement. And plus, I mean, they get their own country while Palestine was like a thing that Europe had, or England, whoever fucking... I think at that time it was English that signed it over to a Rockefeller, I'm pretty sure. Or what's that other one? Rothschild. He doesn't have to put the... It's like a different language. It's just factual, quote unquote, instead of factual and also emotional. So that's an interesting perspective. There was a notable increase in Jewish pressure on the administration. So there's your politics. So now everybody, because their politics rules the day, it's clean, it's cleanly to have your fucking child's foreskin sliced off. To be mutilated. You fucking cowards. Hello, sweet boy. How are you? There's that little piece of pavlova. If you don't want it, would you give it to me? I can't reach it. Probably not. Oh. Hello.
Hello, wife.
I need more. I'm just gonna use a napkin for now. These things mean things. You can't just go, oh, well, we did it because we were oppressed or something. How do you think the system works? The people who were successful in these systems are successful. So if you're bitching and complaining that we're not doing a good enough job conquering you because your shit sucks and is whack and I don't want to follow it.
You have one more?
I have hundreds more.
Thank you, baby.
You'll probably need all of those, right? Together, it kind of tastes like cocktail sauce. I wish there was less of the barbecue sauce, so the new ranch could speak to me more. Tom, speak to me more. At least, in this honeymoon phase or whatever. Well, it's not a honeymoon because I haven't fallen in love and married or whatever. This first meetup. This blind date. This bitch got too much makeup on. I want to know what I'm going to wake up next to, you know?
What you trying to hide?
It's true. If you hide any part of yourself, like that, to the public, even if you feel like you have to because of job or how society, you still lose a piece of yourself. Men don't care. They're just trying to control the future. Hiccups are always a sign of a little too much spice. Unless it's just me babbling. Babylon 5. The babbling. I had a little bit more ranch to barbecue sauce ratio. I'm getting to know the ranch a little bit. Ooh, hello, creamy. We gotta like touch each other in the dark or some shit for our first date. You set me up with this date. I have stuff all over my face, but I feel like I'd rather just eat instead of wiping that off for now.
I get it, baby. What do you barbecue like?
Mm-hmm.
Say I'm not. I'm just gonna let it be on my face for now.
Etiquette is like an opinion, and then people measuring it and experiencing it and deciding then letting it, that decision move down the line, you know, of evolution.
It's opinion in place of
experiments. Right?
Like it's pretending to be fact when it's opinion.
Mm.
Etiquette. You shouldn't eat so fast.
And then you see fucking Koreans shove everything into their mouth, and that's what they do. It's made everybody look like frauds. It's like, okay, it's time to know that the people before us don't know as much as we could know now. We already know we can learn from their mistakes, because everybody who says, I don't like this, so I'm not going to do it. You know, every dude who's like, my dad beat me and I'll never be that person. So you have some sense of, but how deep does the rabbit hole go?
Examine your dad. What happened to him? Why'd he do what he did to you?
Watch him while he pees.
Stand next to him real close.
Num num. And examine yourself and process. That's what I had to do. Like, okay, I'm not my father because I'm not doing heroin, but what about my emotional availability or something, you know? What was missed out by him? What am I missing out on? What makes me feel good, but what results in bad things? Measuring all that shit. I don't think back in the day when we had like powerful people, consequence at the end was inconsequential. I was just fuck it. Like those Justinian people, because reason was needed. They were discovering it and people were filling in the spaces. A reason is having a big army and taking everybody over. Fuck it. That's what Alexander did.
Yep.
He didn't unify nothing. So what made him so great? That's just retarded. Yeah, Morgan.
If conquering's so great, would you want it done to you? I don't know if I like that.
It's like, well, I could just give up because they're so great. I think maybe people like big, handsome conquerors. Because, like, we wouldn't fight. We would just say, okay, you're so smart and great. You're just like a god. I'll give in to you. That shit's terrifying. How do you balance that? Besides doing the agathoptics. Well, just so happens you need something to worship because when things are new, you're like, I just gotta give myself to it. I could be the conduit to play the best and measure until I'm not, you know? Balance everything. Let go of control. Because I don't want to control for any reason other than to reach the path of least resistance. Was it the resting state?
Yeah.
That's what I want. Because that's good. Why wouldn't it be? A resting state, you can still open yourself up for adventures, and the resting is the best. That doesn't impede on any movement. Or at least the least. Imagine if somebody went into a campaign trying to say, I'm just trying to find a path of least resistance. And I'll give you something to measure me by. But you gotta trust me. Or whatever I said before. Is there more of that?
Not of the salad, but I can make some.
That's so disappointing. Because it's like, I wanted that sooner and not have it impeding on you leaving, you know? That shit hurts us hard. And we don't understand it, I think. And dudes don't understand it because they control the future. When we're upset that the future isn't how it's planned, you're like, so what? I knew it was going to be that way. Also, I'm going to control the next time and say, well, No need to justify. I'm working on trying to control the future in the future. I'm playing 4D future chess. I'm playing future chess. Future chess. But now dudes are using that. Oh, you sign a bill into law so that people have to look both ways when I'm driving my vroom vroom. I want to distract everybody with my fucking loud thing. I'm a fag. Man, South Park. Can I eat the leftovers on your plate? I'm a disgusting pig. That would have been okay if I knew it was fucking beans and rice, but it was so different to what I expected. And the whole journey was like, what's going on? What could be on this plate, and why, if I'm questioning it, am I just putting it into my mouth? That autopilot thing that people use to like just go to war and like abuse children and shit, they could use as a tool. Everything that we are that's bad can be used as a tool for good. It's like the engine for good, the physical / other dimension now, because the physical made a dimensional portal to inside world of people. I thought it was also maybe mashed potatoes, but that didn't make any sense.
I'm going for the starcher load.
Oh, just putting a bunch of fucking potatoes in a burrito and a bunch of beans.
Yeah, bread, mashed potatoes, and rice. Yeah.
That's intense. That's on plate. Sorry. No.
Did you want to share one of those with me?
Yeah. You put a little bit of ranch and barbecue sauce in that?
Uh-huh.
Or did you do that?
Uh-huh.
Do you plan on doing it again?
Uh-huh.
Excellent. There's a system in our head, husband, that, like nature, how things just know to make babies because they have motivations. I want to fuck, and I'm too weak to resist your fuck. That's kind of just how it is, right?
Yeah.
Just like there's a system inside animals, there's a system inside us that when you give it the best oil, it's good. And the worst oil, it's bad. What comes out will result in bad things. But part of that system lives in the psychic, like Jung says, the psychic part of ourselves. But what goes on inside there is reflected out here. And because we can't be in every second of the day, we have to create our own system, or there's a space for us to, it's like color by numbers. There's a space where we make the decision of good and bad that shapes. Oh no, come on. That shapes what the outcome is, and there's a result of that from the outside. If you're stupid, bad things will happen. If you're not stupid, good things will happen. If you're saying fuck it, just set fire to everything, you're risking survival. When you risk survival at all times, even when you're thriving, if you risk survival, that system that is in you won't work. Just like we have hearts that does a thing and lungs that do a thing, this is a thing as well. It's almost like fucking human anatomy in another dimension.
Yeah. That's the anatomy of the brain. Fuck you, Carl Jung.
He was kind of doing the same thing, almost tripping balls for.
Pretend he had another person in his head. Oh yeah.
Well, he was abused as a child, obviously, because his fucking grandfather was a creep and his mom was a psycho. And it affected him. And then he would sit in his own room for hours, imagining in his head, kind of like I did. When I was saying that I spent most of my 6th grade. So also usually when people do these things that are like, I understand it, I did it like years ago. And he was doing it for a living. And I'm doing it for nothing. For nobody. Except myself. But the way of the world crushes me, so I have to try to change everybody else. I won't back down. Maybe Tom Petty should stay there. But Plato, friendship. We were talking about that too. Sorry, you're gonna make a burrito. I wish there was more pictures of those guys. Or depictions. Depicturins. Somebody doesn't carry around an easel and fucking canvas and fucking paints and brushes. I'm not convinced. Or you think they were just a Jewish plant in history? You think they tried to hide them? Or they were so smart that maybe they were aliens? Hello, sweet boy, sorry. Brr. I feel like art might have always been a currency. If you have the power, you control the art and you can influence people with that, and that's a currency. Obadiah. Obadiah. These motherfuckers are like, how did they possibly carve things out of stone? Must be aliens, fucking retards. May I touch thee? May I stroke thee? May I fondle thee? You like that? You want to bite it? Or you like the string better? You want this? Or you just want to eat it like spaghetti because you're a fucking weirdo? We gotta feed him some spaghetti again. You're supposed to play with this part. We gotta bonk you with it. So it gets your attention, you get angry at it. A boop. You gotta get some bigger prey. You gotta up your game, bro. We're gonna move to the city. There's gonna be sewer rats. They're bigger than you. What are you gonna do about that? You gonna fight? Yeah, get that thing. Hello.
My wife.
All right, wife. Dang. Oh, we're sharing this?
Yeah.
You heated up the ranch?
Yeah.
What kind of a fucking baboon does that? Del Taco?
I have full pause.
What was your motivation? Do you normally put like accoutrements, like if you're making a hamburger or
No, not normally.
was this a conscious decision? Dang, how the fuck? I'm just gonna have to scoop it into my mouth like a bucket. I'm gonna lose structural integrity.
Should I get? I can get a knife and a fork. We can cut it.
That might be the best idea.
Okay.
But until then, maybe that would be nice if we had like a bigger taco shell that wrapped around once or twice instead of like barely holding on.
Yeah. Show you more of this too.
Yes. Did you put an interesting spice in here? Or different?
Well, nothing. The ingredients have been the same, except for the introduction of ranch. Like,
Yeah.
Like the beans, I didn't do anything to the beans since we ate them.
Yeah, but when you made the beans, maybe. Was there a new spice or new herb that you used?
No.
Okay. I'm finding something unfamiliar. Or maybe a little familiar, like anise. But also dill, but not as dilly as dill. I don't know.
Oregano?
Maybe. Basil?
Oh.
Huh.
No basil. There is oregano.
Brr. You want some ranch, Craven boy? What you doing, husband? I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. It's been 20 years since I ate that whole taco. I waited for you for 10 years. Now I control the future. Just kidding, you could kill me. Because I ate the whole taco. So really, the joke's on me.
So is the evidence.
I got something on me. It's red.
Fortunate.
Mmm.
Wife and folk wife?
What are those for? I'm Michelangelo and Leonardo and Donatello from
Ninja Turtles.
Secret of the Ooze. Yeah. Oh, the good ones. And you know, I watched that too many times. So many quote things that I remember that I just don't say. I don't try to find the opportunity for. Because that's just whack. I got better things to say. Look at me, I'm Dave Chappelle. I'm wearing a skirt. I'm representing the BLTCT community.
Those are the BL bullying the queers or whatever. That was. Remember we saw that meme? It was like I'm pro BLT or whatever, bullying the queers or what?
Oh yeah. Let's go bully the queers. Dang. I ate it when it was fucking so heavy and I didn't drop like anything. I ate that shit meticulously. I ate too much. I ate more than my half, I'm sorry. I felt like I was in fucking a retard institution fucking trying to eat my food as fast as I could.
We can make one more.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, if I knew that, I probably would have been so unconsciously greedy. It felt like a survival greedy, you know? But really, when there isn't etiquette or whatever, and we haven't learned through reason, like, temperance, it's, you either got fucking, you act a certain way or you don't, and if you don't, you get sent into an institution.
What happened here?
I want to be like Jigsaw and be able to force people into situations with me. and give them the rules of things. Like I was thinking about talking to like a government person, like a dude who'd be like, "You can't do that, fucking blah blah blah," or "The Lord says," you know. Dang, you're doing it too? Or is that just a normal man bite? It tastes better when I'm almost choking on it. It sure makes your arms look good. No, husband, it's all yours. It was just a matter of how much you can take at any given time.
At this particular point, a bunch. I'm hungry.
Do you think that your bitefuls equal the amount of food you put in your mouth at the same time? Like, is there a as your hunger goes up, or that's not because there's not like a traveling thing. I'm thinking of like a chart. If I could maybe write it down.
Well, the card chart
The
why I
the
stuff
fart
my
chart.
face.
Yeah, that there's a correlation between the bites that you take, the amount of food you put in your mouth with each bite, and your level of hunger when at any given point. If you're not hungry, do you take big bites? Probably not. So you do the man thing too. You are in control of the future, so you just take the big bites. This is all mine. Eating fast, and like knowing that the future could be taken from me at any moment, That's a psychological thing to consider. Because at a lot of those places, they're doing a mixture of those too. I wonder if there's a male versus female.
Huh.
And would you be able to even see? Because the dude's always gonna be able to put more in his mouth. The average on average. So maybe they just both go for max for the amount they put in their mouth and the speed that they do it, and just kind of like fumble along the way. And then their missteps is like, oh, the chick's more likely to choke because she's lesser, or the dude's more likely to choke because he's more haphazard with the amount he uses, and we know this because he keeps doing the same thing and the chicks don't. Then it's like, do you break it down to like fear versus control? And who knows? We didn't even get to the first step of that. What we did is talk about it, recognize it.
You're here.
That's why everybody like Live Aid and fucking stand up to hunger shit. Is that we're bringing fucking awareness to a thing. Give us money to make people aware of this thing. And Simpsons fucking did some shit about that. But it's like so fucking gross because it's like the fucking underwear gnomes. Step 1, fucking
awareness. Step 2.
Yeah.
The fuck?
And then you profit. Somehow they profit. Nobody knows what to do with that money. I'll tell you what to do with that fucking money. Give it to me. We're taking all that shit out of the system. We're using something different. We're gonna figure it out. Since I know how to use, I would say, and I think it's provable that I could use resources right now the best way based on my ability, based on what I can learn from not doing the things that would ruin, like making mistakes, but also not thinking that I can do something that I can't see yet. So fuck it. Let's take the gamble. I think I could be the most responsible to the point where eventually I become part of currency, because if I know the best thing, I know what should be more expensive. based on the time, the quality, the need for ingredients or whatever. I'm the best thing to calculate all those things, and I got good taste because I leave myself open to everything that is reasonable. I'm not eating bugs. You gotta make your fucking case like undeniable. I still battle with the meat thing all the time, you know? And then people just like, you don't even know what veganism is. You don't know what feeling things are. You fucking attach yourself to some stupid ass bullshit and then go on a tirade like a fucking toddler.
My ism.
Mine, 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 mine. You know who that sounds like? Hitler. Except, ooh, like, we used one word that replaced, like, the N and the M. Independent and, like, independent or some shit. Except Hitler said 9. Everybody's like, mine, mine. Fucking baby ass. Sorry, you were thinking about fucking food. I have, you know how people keep stones and other things to say this is the official thing we measure by? We were looking at her.
Yeah.
Does that mean truth or good wouldn't exist without me? No, because the space for me is always going to be there, and that's the space that fucking terrorism, fucking Jews, and fucking government, they all try to erase. Cults, all the cults that say do what I say or I'm gonna intimidate you, and I'm gonna teach you that you're lower than your potential. That shit doesn't fly with me, and I so much so, and it's been so much fighting to understand it that I could never. It's not just being militant against something, it's like having to succumb to that thing to see it for what it is, you know, with anything. And it makes you want to be that thing even less. Like, I hated experiencing it outside of me. I would never use it to my advantage, and everything that I move forward without that being part of the plan becomes definitely more clear than whatever stupid men have created. What is a ruler but how... Oh, and they're called rulers. What's a fucking president? What's a fucking anybody who tells you what to do? What are they but this thing by which you measure the things they tell you to measure them by? Or you're told, you know, what a governor is, what a fucking teacher is, what a fucking sensei is. Sorry, I fit the bill for all of that. Can't just hate me to disprove me. Because then good will still exist for someone else to find. You know? It's just trying to conquer something that's unconquerable. Just because you don't live, you'll always have to fight with it. So it'll always be part of you. Because it's a stronger force. So that's what dudes do all the time. They masturbate. I don't think chicks sit around and fucking jerk off like dudes do.
You're too busy. You're on the go.
And is the clit still operational, I mean, when a chick it gets mutilated to imitate a dick? Is there clit somewhere there? Or have they lost the feeling of sex forever? It's all just pretending in their head. It's like, haha, you don't even get to experience things in the physical world anymore. You can't have land. You can't have fucking free. You can't influence the things outside of yourself. You can't have a say in fucking anything that you are. We'll tell you how to think, how to fucking. What money, how to trade. And now you can't even feel your own sexual physical sensations. They try to trick people on 4chan or Reddit into thinking that the things you feel when you're hungry are probably you digesting and not fucking. It has nothing to do with hunger. So you're just overeating. So then when you eat, exactly how we say, look at this pyramid. Pisses me off. It's so like unreasonable, and people are still just like, is this world all a simulation and it's just me just living in a place? If it was a simulation, who would be controlling it and making my life so fucking miserable? I would still be measuring the simulation, so what the fuck does it matter? I'm measuring the thing that I exist in. I'm sorry, I was just trying to say something deprecating. It's like, I can't even do that. It's like, the truth, who needs it? Oh, everyone, everywhere, every time. I licked my fingers clean of all the drippy sauce. I feel like they're not that clean, and I'm rubbing them all over my face.
Nice. It's only like chipotle peppers in it.
That's only a class A degree burn. Fucking whatever. It's pretty low. Still burns. I'm still suffering. But I don't have to go to the hospital.
That's a frowny face on the Scoville scale.
Oh, God. Notice how there are no tears yet. Fucking charts. They can eat shit. Everybody can eat a shit. What is it? Cocky to... It is, but the more I fucking say it, the more it's like you'll benefit. Should we read what? Oh, I should read you. So I had this crazy idea, right? Because everybody is like, "What's going on with like Jewish stuff?" You know. If we had a fundraiser to be further independent for things, to read stuff like this, and we read and we talk about and we show the measurements of why reading this information by a guy who is following the traditions of the people that are making our lives miserable. And it's called conspiracy theories. And then when you measure the conspiracy theories by what this person is saying, and you measure how there's no emotion in it, and it's just like, this is the history of what happened. You're like, everything they say with emotion is the opposite of what is being said in this book. And the lowest common denominator, that's what's fucking happening. So is he just a bad representation? All the people he references is a bad representation, but also you know when someone's doing you dirty. And you see the words doing them dirty, and then you say, hey, you're getting all these things, and you think you own fucking everything, and you have special rights, and in your book, you say that you should be able to control everything, and you fucking you mutilate fucking baby penises. So no man could be fucking his own self. Somebody fucking touched you in a way that was bad. That was your first suffering.
That's what makes our organization cool.
I wish
God said that. That's pretty neat. We can be in a club now.
So they said, like, oh, why? So, for example, the biggest example, why would Hitler want, what was the reason Hitler pinpointed the Jews?
They were fucking up the economy and.
Well, what was his first encounter?
Oh, what was his first?
A lot of people want to mention blah blah blah. Oh, he didn't get into art school or whatever, so he decided to become a crazy person. He couldn't do the arts. He wasn't invited. He wasn't accepted. So he had to join the workforce. And the workforce, according to this book, is something that the Jew in there, they have organizations to control the narrative of workforce because they often own a lot of businesses there. So the etiquette, the culture of work becomes organized within a bunch of people who believe the same shit. So he joins the workforce, and the workforce has unions. And we know unions are weird because we hear the stories of the past. We should understand that everybody who holds a bit of power is not necessarily good with that responsibility. That nothing ever works out. They're still fucking at war. When unions started during industrial times, they were run by Jews. They were to combat now they're to combat businesses. But usually people there's a story about the unions that I don't necessarily, or I don't know all the information to. Like periods of how it became like, so if they owned the, I guess maybe because the government also got in the way, businesses would fucking mistreat. They would define mistreating. Oh, children shouldn't be working at this age. And then enforce rules. And then the rules aren't getting enforced. So the people who enforce the rules have a relationship with the people who are fighting for those rules to be enforced now. However, I don't know exactly, maybe I don't know at all what the union had to do, but we know that they've never been a good thing. And we hear in the Mein Kampf the struggle that the union caused with his survivability. The bullshit promises, or like the things that didn't seem fair or fucking whatever, and like the money they make versus the money that, and then learning the history of things. He doesn't originally say it's the Jew. He walks you through a process, from what I remember. And then he finds the connection between Union and Jewish, which is what people are doing now. Oh, these people who say that they fucking are the first at everything, that they're the best, that they're the most sacred, that God loves them the most, they're causing the most war. That's not a contradiction. And yet they want to say, what? That they should be able to do the thing that they claim was done to them? So how are we going to live like that? Doesn't make any fucking sense. So this guy talks about the socialists and the unions, and talks about how it becomes an awareness, a consciousness of the people that gets controlled by or navigated for by the labor unions. that now they're like, hey, these things aren't fair. So they swoop in and they're like, hey, I got your back. We're that thing too. Rabbi Shmuley knows. So this book is very interesting. And I feel like to be able to dedicate time and meticulousness to a perspective like this is something that people don't have yet. So give me money to do it, because you give money to kill yourself. Oh, my Dorito fucking Blisteritos, my fucking vaccinations, my fucking gurus, my church fucking...
Have the information and then...
Money provides time right now. I'm saying I want to take back time and get money out of the equation. Get back to fucking where there's a more personal relationship without that middleman. Where we control what our time is worth. And not just some fucking hierarchy of fucking stupid idiots. That live in the future. Everybody, they all try to predict. You fucking assholes. I know the way. I'm Andrew Tate, and I know the best way to live because I'm successful at it. That ain't a measurement. That's measuring you by yourself and telling other people to do it. Right?
Yeah, I'm doing a good job. Because I said I'm doing a good job.
You can measure my success by how much money I have. But you don't measure my success by love, because that's not
I'll lose that
the
way.
Tate way.
That would make me the loser, and I don't think so.
It's really dangerous.
Yeah. Oh, it's a
And
lifestyle.
Give me money to save the world. Should we do it like that? Give me money to save the world. We gotta have the time to express things to bring people in, right?
Yeah.
And then I would assume that at a certain point, we brought enough people in that there's money that buys more time. And with that time, you do the best thing. Say we start a fucking farm. And we spend our time helping people understand reasons so they can go out and do the thing. Because the first hurdle is getting rid of the narrative that being Jewish is good. That everybody has their own opinion. We have to wash that away. And there's a way forward to do that. You have to gain the hearts and minds of people. And when they speak, they can't... If they can't just send their voice to something they want to be heard from, give them money to fucking... Oh, look, it's a super chat. Thank you for the $3, fucking Tokiboki69. They have ideas that they want to share. They want that master-slave relationship with someone who predominantly has master relationship because it's the loudest voice. Like fucking Haseen Piker. But then he has no content. Those people have no content, so they read their live chat and they get angry about it. Or like that's what they talk about with the blah blah blah. So people like being heard. Amber heard. And herded like an animal. Instead of them getting that bad information from these people, because this is a system they obviously like and participate in and throw money at. I can only reflect that thing. If that's the system that I have to deal with, right?
Yeah.
But instead of just getting bullshit out of it, like, ooh, I made it sound like somebody was doing a bomb threat in public or something. Or I want to get this guy fucking as mad as I can. Getting good information in and out. What kind of change could that make? I don't know. So, I'm not going to be able to say exactly how we move forward, but I got a good idea.
You know the ways not to.
I know the ways not to. And that's agathoptics. Because what's good, just not bad. There's a... Good is almost like... Things are spherical a lot in the universe. That bad is... Good is the space left over after bad had as much as it could. If that makes sense. It's like the nega matter or whatever people say. The dark matter. This is the dark matter, I think. And not only that, but if we discover the dark matter, quote unquote, within ourselves, which is just us, it's learning human, it's evolving, whatever, then we'll be able to go to space, because it's that now we can see another side of the things that we could only see in one way before. Like maybe the vacuum of space does have something inside of it, but we can't attain it or we can't measure it, we can't touch it, we can't see it. So we're like, it's just nothing there. A vacuum is when nothing is there, and pressure in something. Or no pressure, but it explodes your head. We are able to see it in a different way because we're able to see ourselves in a different way, and it's like, holy shit, this tool would never fucking measure this. People can't even use the tools inside their own heads right now. But as soon as we can, I could probably send people into space and be like the Jetsons. There's no risk, because now we know the things we have to do it. Which we wouldn't know. How do you know how to love a baby the best if you've never experienced love? You know, how much can you...
Yeah, there's knowledge comes from experience.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do the thing, like you
Yeah.
were saying all along.
That information doesn't just come. Without
Playing Call of Duty don't make you good at war.
No, not fucking at all. It makes you good at being angry, which just leads to your death.
Stardew Valley, I ain't no farmer.
Nope. I feel like I'm doing such a good job. It looks so pretty, and I'm making so much money while I'm hiding from the fucking pig cops. Men are measurable by their degeneracy, and degeneracy is measurable by what they do, how what they do affects a child, themselves, the wife, everyone. That measures against best and, or I guess good and facts. That's math. Sorry, you can't fucking just write it on a fucking board, but you can't make whatever you're thinking of physical. This exists somewhere else. It's not going to look like how anybody wants it to look like. If they're looking just for things to look like what they already know things look like, they're fucked. And that's self-reliance. That's aristocrats, or aristocrats.
It's a good thing. Back to Martha.
Martha Stewartvich. Marthavich Stewart. Martha Berg Stewart. Martha Stewart Berg.
Steenheim.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Love you.
Read.
Yeah. I didn't even explain the Jewish shit, but should we, or should we just read the Bible? Because it's there too. Oh my god, I'm reading Dr. Evil's plans! I just read something else, and it's like anytime I turn to a random page, it's destruction, destruction, destruction. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm reading this book. I bet they just normalized women going to work because of wars, but it was happening anyway. It seems like the garment industry is like its own bad mafioso system. So many slave laborers. Ooh.
Software update. Something I closed before we started.
Hmm.
Oh, I left the fork in the kitchen.
And the knife.
I didn't use the knife last time.
Oh, you probably didn't need to, because you could just chop right through that.
Should I go get it so we can cut it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, that's for you.
For me?
Mm-hmm. The, according to this thing, the garment district, or the garment industry, was started pretty quickly, or was overcome pretty quickly and heavily with Jewish culture influence in America. It was like by 18 something, they had like 80% of men's stuff and 90% of women's stuff was what people were wearing was
Jewish manufactured or in some way or another?
yeah, the origins of the system that created that thing was Jewish. So now they're talking about how people are begging, the workers are begging for better working conditions, and then Jews come along to also be the thing that listens to the plight of the worker.
Even though they're the ones making the bad thing to begin with.
Yeah. Because they all report to the same thing, you know? But also, that thing that they report to turns them against each other. Because they're talking about fucking how Irish Jews and German or someplace that was very prominent, like Jewish Italians or something, were thought that they were better than like the Russian Jews and the this Jews, and it caused problems. And I'm like, is all fucking mafia just Jews from different countries, and like their culture, their religion, their politics makes war wherever they go? Did they start like big mafia things? Like they always want to be able to do what they want to be able to do, no matter where they are. We take care of our own business. We're different from you. You know?
Yeah.
So it's not like it doesn't all match up. Oh, but Hollywood couldn't possibly be them, right?
The thing they want is, like, for fuck's sake, it's like right there, even on their hot dogs. We answer to a higher power.
Oh, yeah. We only use circumcised fucking meat. We circumcise all the female cows. You ain't gonna be making milk for much longer. They had fucking
What they have, wife?
Now they're also the workers.
They're the one-man show. They're everybody.
I wonder if that shit. What is so terrible about how people treat other people for profit can't be best described in words without agathoptics. So what else are they gonna do besides scream it's not fair or help? Don't you care? Are you not human? You know, trying to communicate in those different ways. And now having a heart has to be fucking like legal. Why? Because they had to change things because people didn't want to live the way that they wanted that they were given to live. Sometimes I get these perfect pieces. Or best, I guess.
Just the right ratio of things.
Oh, I found that page. Where? With an unfavorable report. I wouldn't know where to start. I don't know if jumping right in is translatable on the outside because it's not the best thing to do. Because the best thing to do is to do what the outside best thing to do is, and doing it on the outside. Treaty of Versailles. Pledge to Zionist leaders. Oh, do I have that part fucking? Probably not. They were talking about how they were forming these groups. They were powerful enough to form these groups so that they can have their similar interests, you know, because they come from all different places. Everybody, if you live in a different house than somebody else, if you are different, you can represent, you know, a different thing. And people, oh, I'm Irish, I'm German, I live on D block or something. Ooh, my favorite football team. I'm representing something.
I'm a fan.
I always...
It's my identity.
Yeah. That's part of your history. I think men struggle with history because a lot of history, once it starts adding up, you weren't in control of your future as much as you thought you were. You know?
Yeah.
Is that level?
I think so.
Down the hole. I can't answer the Jewish question. Do you want me to? Is that why you were staring at me?
I was about to verify the question that you said you
Oh.
could.
Yeah.
No.
I can answer the Jewish question.
Stop being Jewish.
They represent all the bad things. And bad things have a shape, right?
Yep.
What's the best way to say it? Their way of life, the central, most common denominator for Judaism as a culture and religious politic thing, money making thing, can, if you measure good by its bad, you're a sure shot to know what's good by measuring good by the Jews, but by bad. They are the representing bad. I could have said it smoother, but we'll work on it. It was a Jewish doctor. Everything they do goes against good. And they make it up. And everybody makes it up. Hey! Everybody makes it up. But they also take into account the things on their inside. You know what I mean? Because where else are they gonna get information?
Yeah.
It's taking man out of it completely, and just put every person, every man, every woman, and every age range between
Born and not born.
Yeah. Not born,
No,
born
no.
to not born. Hopefully, that won't be the trend. But by men thinking that they can control the future, they end up not knowing that you have to know the future by the past. They don't know how fucking far along, they've been stretching. And now they're like, holy shit, what was life? I don't even know. Or make it I die a warrior. Make a statue of me. Kiss me goodnight. You've been making it up instead of measuring what it is outside of yourself. Best way to do that. What?
Measure for yourself. What?
Best way to do that is with a lady or a guy. The opposite of what you are. So you get the whole picture and you do the best. Well, what's the point? I just want to fucking party till I die. That's anybody's excuse. Actually, the moon's gonna rise tomorrow with a spaceship. And we're all gonna go aboard and we're all gonna become more sentient than we are right now. I'm still gonna hate you. I'll remember this. It's like they just have to bounce into their madness. And then they just get accusatory and fun. That's like the shell that protects stupid. But only in the brain, because in the outside, you'll die at any minute. You expect other people. I remember one time when I was younger, I'm like, what am I here for? It seems like everything that everybody is a part of is like they're where they should be. And I'm not supposed to be in any of those places. Like, I can't be a better psychologist. I don't understand that shit. I don't want to play that game. And apparently playing that game is part of doing all these things. It was all stupid. Ooh, touch me.
Should I touch you or should I get a Pavlova and touch
Oh, shit. Well, since I don't remember now what I was talking about, I guess get Pavlova.
Doing things with a woman, getting all the picture.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Because what
Instead
I want...
of two wieners. That doesn't give you the whole picture.
What females want, what a girl wants, what a girl needs, whatever makes her happy and sets her free. Christina Aguilera, right before the second tower fell. There is a thing that you obtain different than taking, like you would normally, or watching other dudes take things and just living your life probably angry about that because you have a punching bag that sleeps next to you or that makes your babies or whatever. That's just history.
That's at the Happy Bunny.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the reverse. Oh, husband, hold on. No. Instead of only getting that perspective of conquering and never being able to experience it yourself because you can't live that life, you can't do that thing you want to do.
Yeah.
If you create a place for a lady because it was something that you wanted to do and you succeeded at it for someone else because you wouldn't have done it if it wasn't for someone else. I think creates I think the opposite of the best, the coolest, the fucking most realistic but badass fucking time you could live in for whatever reason you think, oh, it was great when people cut their fucking nuts off, or it's great when people lived fucking like this. Having personal opinion about it, removing some of the self from the dude and giving it to the chick is like this free will 4D chess way to experience a good thing now that you can never experience that other thing somebody experienced. So get over it, you know? And noticing that it moves you into a future. Because obviously we need a good future. We don't have one right now. It's all men's fault. Because they think the future is going to be what they decide. Only 2 more years and AI will be smarter than us. Well, it's not, you fucking retard. Look at him trying to control the future. You ever see a woman futurologist? Men want to control the future, but they're too fucking stupid to know that you got to be able to control the present first, to know that system of control and be able to be a part of it. Watch how Elon Musk goes and watches all the Tesla fucking things being made.
It doesn't fix the things that are wrong. Yeah. So I was just thinking, are things perfect right now?
No, but how do you measure perfect?
Things aren't working well. Things aren't working good.
Yeah.
People want things better.
Yeah, that's what they claim.
So that means whatever is going on right now isn't working.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but in the future, it will work. You gotta give it time. If I keep punching you, something will happen.
If I keep cutting off these baby dicks.
Mm-hmm. God's bound to come and save us all. As to see that men have tried to control a force that was uncontrollable, and just thinking that it can, oh, this is my playground. I get to define this thing. I get to control people. Anything I lie about is fine, and I could go against everything that I know and I say, and when you put chicks in there that they don't like that. They don't want to be betrayed. Men don't want to be betrayed either. So, not in the same way, but we can start fucking talking about that. What's your motivation for not wanting to be betrayed? Feeling betrayed makes me sad and scared. It makes me feel vulnerable. It makes me feel lonely. It makes me feel like I hate myself, like I'm not good enough or whatever. What would it be like for a dude? Because you got in my way? Or just the same thing? Oh, it's because you left me vulnerable. I don't like feeling vulnerable. Okay, well. Maybe it's hard because chicks now. I don't think chicks. It took them a while to become the thing that they are now. They are just all fucking like that Jason Bateman guy because dudes memed about him. It's like, oh, so you like this thing? I'm gonna conquer it now. I'm not about that life. That doesn't make it the pasta least resistance.
Pasta. Oh, sorry.
What?
There was a food thing popped into my head like for the third time.
Oh?
So.
You have to do with pasta?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like a stroganoff.
Will my dick fly off if I eat too much of it? Or any amount of it?
Nah.
If we feed it to the spaghetti eater, will his dick fly off?
Nope.
Okay. It passes my ocular pat down. Continue. Stroganoff. A creamy pasta, meaty.
Yeah.
Hamburger meat?
Yeah.
What separates it from stroganoff? The traditional and also updated versions? Where it's vinegar or sometimes it's fucking pickle juice, whatever.
Yeah, so it's gonna be. I was thinking about some sort of variation.
What was the thing that made it tasty that you wanted to talk about?
Just that we have stuff to
Make it?
Yeah, we haven't had stroganoff in a while.
Yeah.
We're talking about some creamy meat stuff today.
I would like to have stroganoff. Maybe tomorrow, if there's like vegetables, I'll have another one of them chicken salads. If we need to, use them up. Woo! I have the power of Grayskull. There's always bi-dipoles, and you have to make the choice if there's an opportunity for a bi-dipole, make that bi-dipole. Man, woman.
Kissy finger.
Oh, is that what you were doing? I'm sorry, I touched you with the back scratcher. Oh, we miss you one piece.
I miss you too, baby.
If you went down on me and my pussy sack popped, would you be grossed out?
Yes.
Would you stop if you noticed it? Or would you keep going?
I would probably stop and inquire.
Oh. You wouldn't be like, oh, fuck it. Like that time I pooped. A long, sexy night. Oh, he did the fucking the wife roller and the Swiss wife cake. Giving me fucking poop dollops. Oh. I know there's more sexy poop things. Poop positions. The Super Mario Brothers? Oh no, that's just a Mexican. What are those poop sex moves? I'm getting two together. It was like Cincinnati Steamroller and Mexican Steamroller, but one is like has something to do with like a glass table, and one has something to do with like a mustache.
Dirty Sanchez. That's the.
The dirty wife.
I think the other one's the Cleveland Steamer.
The wife steamer. What is that? Like when you spread it all over the floor?
Under chest.
Oh, steamer, not steamroller. That's why I always think is okay. These will be so cool. Or it would be so cool to have them like bone dry. It's like puff up in your mouth because of all the spit. Or feeling all weird and have you made like little squares or something? And like little marshmallows? I wonder if people use meringue. Or if they're like the original marshmallow, maybe.
I was thinking about putting it on soft.
And you don't have to cook it until it's bone dry. It'll just be like a mallow or some shit.
Or if it's hard and so bake it like I did, and set it on top of the cookie, and then maybe cover the cookie and cover the meringue and the cookie in like a chocolate.
Something that incorporates it all together.
Yeah, so you get this thing.
How would you attach the cookie to the meringue? Maybe that's where the chocolate has to go.
Yeah, like it's got to wrap around it.
Really? You think that will work? Yeah, I would imagine.
Maybe a dollop with a little dot of honey.
Extra support.
Those are so good.
Old lady's favorite dessert. If they ain't got no teeth.
Call me Mrs. Gummer.
I don't know that we're fucking eating something or using something that's bad for our teeth. Because there's no way that my Italian grandparents would have been so whatever you have to be to lose your teeth on purpose. You know? They were cleanly. They came from, it wasn't like they came from some like darker skinned place where when they're introduced to sugar they fucking balloon up. They were in Europe, you know, pastries and shit. all the fucking drugs they were given too, probably. Let's just yank out all your teeth. They probably didn't even go to sleep for that. A lot. It's so hard to find a person who put you to sleep for that shit. That's terrifying. That's like,
Why? Why be awake for that? Oh.
because blah 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 something something. Arbitrary bullshit. But why even be in that position to begin with? Ugh. We didn't really. How long have we been at this? Was it like 8 o'clock in the morning?
A little more than 4 hours. And it's almost 2.
Shit, how close is it?
About 15 minutes.
Nobody. How do you make people want the best thing? How do you convince them, like the Jew? How do you convince them that everything they're being given is a good thing? Or forcing them in a position where it's the only thing? Oh, I feel like we should try to pop that thing on my butt again. Maybe we should stop.
Okay.
I'm getting tired.
Okay.
I ran myself rampant. Oh no.
Can I touch your belly again to see if it will have the same effect?
Just a tiny bit of back pain for a moment.
It is.
I definitely feel things moving more up front than behind. Though it did make me feel like I either have to poop or fart. Like something moved down along.
Well, that's normally what happens when I touch you.
Yeah?
Yeah. So I rub your shoulders like, God, you make me want to shit.
Ooh. Maybe I could get a tiny bit of a squeeze for like a minute.
Squeeze where?
On my toesies. Maybe a little bit on my ankle.
Yeah, I think we could negotiate something.
Oh, I don't have any money. Fucking men don't care.
Can you perform a service if you don't have goods to trade?
That speaks to me.
Shut her down, baby. Love you.
I love you, miss you, one piece.